It's live just now, okay?
Okay.
You should do it.
Mick, have you met Simon?
1, 2. Yep.
table is, yeah.
Right, no, nobody else will be. No, absolutely.
And I'll just deliver it back here. Cool. Yeah.
Dance for a while.
To make a destroying
One second, can you be fine? Dave.
good gang back up.
No, I'm fine.
I'm okay just now. Right, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good evening. To those of you who were last year at our bun supper, welcome back. Shows you learn nothing from your mistakes. To those who weren't there, welcome. I think you'll find this is going to be a great evening. I'd like to welcome our First Minister. And I'd like to welcome the MP for Glasgow Central, Alison. Stand up. And of course, everyone else. Right. The doors are now going to be locked because you have to do certain things. In front of you, you will see an envelope. You have to now put in it a minimum of £5. No cheques, money. Alex said big cheques. Put it in and seal it. You don't need to put your name on it. If you leave your envelope empty, we will know who you are. So don't you worry. And we'll explain in a minute what's going to happen with the money. But you will win tonight, immediately, £200. So put your money in, but it has to be a lot of money. No, not all of you, no. The point of all that, of course, is to build up a fighting fund to elect our principal guest, the First Minister. When I say guest, I use the term lightly. Have you paid for your ticket, Nicola, by the way? Yes, she has. She can stay. That's good. So keep filling the envelopes up, and they will be collected shortly. I should also point out that the event tonight is going out on live stream. So anybody who's watching throughout the world this evening, you will see running across your screen a crowdfunder appeal. So you can put money in that way as well. Shortly we'll be playing Heads and Tails, which Ian Robertson will explain in a moment. Now, normally a vote of thanks takes place at the end of an evening, but I'd just like to start off with a vote of thanks to Ian. He has put this incredible evening together, and well done to Ian. Ian is a BAFTA award-winning actor, described by the film critic Barry Norman as the best thing to come out of Scotland since whiskey. So you can decide on that later. In addition to appearing in such hits as Small Faces, Band of Brothers, Sea of Souls, he also finds time to organise events such as this, which I think is incredible. There's also quite a glittering array of actors and singers who we'll be hearing from later, and I'll say a few words about them later. But Robert Burns, knowing that we were having this evening, penned us a few words. They chant their artless, I can't read my own writing, or Robert Burns' writing. They chant their artless notes in simple guise. They tune their hearts by far the noblest airs. From scenes like these, old Scotia's grandeur springs, that makes her loved at home, revered abroad. Princes and lords are but the breath of kings, an honest man's the noblest work of God. So, honest men, sonsy lasses, I hope you are sitting comfortably. Are you sitting comfortably? Yes. That's a pity, because Ian is now going to do things to you. Can we hand over to Ian?
Oh, hello everybody. I'm sorry, I hate these things, but I have to wear this Madonna mic so that I can toss a coin. Now, for those of you that haven't played Heads and Tails before, it's dead easy. It's quite simply, who fancies £200 cash right now, right in their hand? I can't find it. There we go, £200 cash. If you all put your fivers in, it's dead simple. I'm going to toss a coin, and you stand up, everybody will stand up. If it's heads, if you think it's going to be heads, you put your hands on your heads. If you think it's going to be tails, you put your hands on your tails, on your behind. So here we go, and we'll whittle it down to the last few, and then we'll ask the First Minister of Scotland to toss a coin for us, assuming she isn't in it. What do you do if you win it, Nicola? You're going to contribute to our own campaign. So, heads or tails, everybody? Heads on your heads or heads on your tails? And it's heads. So if you have your hands on your tails, take a seat. Look at that. First it, rigged. Heads or tails, everybody? And it's heads again. I should show it to somebody, shouldn't I? Show them no lying. Heads or tails? And it is tails. See, that's tails. Oh, just less than half the room. Heads or tails, ladies and gentlemen? £200 cash in it. And it is, what is it? Heads. Okay, heads or tails? Here we go. And it's, here you go, what's that? Tails. Ah, sorry, pal. How many have we got left? Okay, we'll go one more. Heads or tails, ladies and gentlemen? And it's tails. Oh, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you want to... Is that 5? Come and join us in the middle of the room. We'll ask the First Minister of Scotland to toss the coin. On you's come. Who have we got? What's your name? Yvonne, Meredith, Ellen and Leslie, right? Heads or tails, ladies? Oh. Oh. Heads. Heads or tails, ladies and gentlemen? Heads. Oh, £200, ladies. Heads or tails? Heads it is. There can be only one. There you go. There you are. Oh, look at that. Ellen says to put it back in the pot. A big round of applause for Ellen for contributing back. There you are, Nicola. That's for your campaign, and I get my 10p back. That's transparency right there. I'll hand back over to Hamish, and I'll see you all later on.
Thank you, Ian. That's great. So you're all happy? Right. Just a few words to introduce our first artist of the evening. Many of you will know him very well indeed. Dave Anderson, actor, playwright, jazz musician. He was Gregory's father in the classic Gregory's Girl. That was a few years ago. City Lights, early Doctor Who, Murder Not Proven, Taggart Still Game. His agent paid me to say quite a lot more, but that seems quite enough. I'd now like to introduce Dave Anderson. Yeah, go.
Haven't done anything yet, but thank you very much. We slick it Curran. No, sorry. Fair for your honest, sonsy face. Great chieftain of the puddin' race. Aboon them all, ye tak your place. Painch tripe birthday. Weel are you worthy o' a grace? Lang as my arm. The groaning trencher there you fill. Your hurdies like distant hill. Your pin would help to mend a mill in time of need, while through your pores the dews distill like amber beat. His knife! Fuck's sake. His knife, see rustic labour dicht, and cut ye up, wi' ready slacht, trenching your gushing entrails bricht, like ony ditch. And then, what a glorious sight, warm, reeking, rich. Then, horn for horn, they stretch and strive, deal tack the hindmost on they drive, till all their wheel-swelt kites belive are bent like drums. An old good man, mace like to arrive, be thank it hum. Is there that his French ragout, or olio that would stow a sou, or fricassee would make a spew with perfect scunner, look down his sneering scornful view and sick a dinner? Poor devil, see him, our he's trash, as feckless as a withered rash, his spindle shank, a gid whiplash, his neve, a net, through fiery floods and fields to dash. Oh, how unfit. But mark the rustic. Haggis fed. The trembling earth resounds his tread. Clap in his wally neve a blade. He'll make it whistle. And heeds and arms and legs will sned like taps a thistle. Ye poors that make mankind your care, dish 'em up their bill of fare. All Scotland wants nae stinking ware that joups and luggies. But if you wish her grateful prayer, gie her a haggis! The haggis! Cheers, boss.
Dave Anderson, thank you very much. Good. Having seen how Dave attacked the haggis, I wouldn't like to be a critic of his in the future. We're next going to hear from a young lady who's been described as having a quirky style. She stands out from the crowd. And if she continues to go from strength to strength, and she does, she is capable of delivering greatness. That's quite a good start. Josephine Sellers.
Hang on, I'm just going to sort this music stand. Just chat amongst yourselves. perfect, that's perfect. Thank you. Cool. Hi. Oh, we haven't got sound. Don't you just love it when you get introduced at a night in front of Liz Lockhead and Nicola Sturgeon about how great you are, and then you have to sort out a music stand and your sound doesn't work. Oh. There we go. So yeah, I'm gonna start by playing what's probably my favourite Burns song. It's called You Jacobites by name. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. Bit of history on this song. I study Scottish literature, so get ready to be bored with some really fun facts. This song was originally an old Scottish folk song which was written in the early 1700s. And it was originally a song written by the Whig political faction, and it was rewritten in 1791 by Burns to, instead of just being kind of anti-Scottish, which is what it was originally written as, Burns rewrote it to be anti-war, which I think is fantastic, and this will be the version that you're all familiar with. So here it goes. Ye Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. Ye Jacobites by name, lend an ear. Ye Jacobites by name, your faults I will proclaim. Your doctrines I won't blame, oh you shall hear, you shall hear. Your doctrines I won't blame, oh you shall hear. What's right and what is wrong by the law, by the law. What's right and what is wrong by the law. What's right and what is wrong, the short sword and the long, a weak arm and the strong, oh for to draw, for to draw. The weak arm and the strong, oh for to draw. What makes heroic strife, fame to fire, fame to fire. What makes heroic strife, fame to fire. What makes heroic strife, to whet the assassin's knife, or haunt a parent's life with bloody war, bloody war. Or haunt a parent's life with bloody war. Schemes alone in the state, in the state. I let your schemes alone in the state. I leave your schemes alone, adore the rising sun, and leave a man alone now to his fate, to his fate. I leave the man alone now to his fate. Ye Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. Ye Jacobites by name, lend an ear. By name, your faults I will proclaim. Your doctrines I won't blame. Oh, you shall hear, you shall hear. Your doctrines I won't blame. Oh, you shall hear. Thank you. Cool. I'm going to play one of my own songs now. When I was trying to organise what set I'd play tonight, Ian told me I was welcome to play one of my own, and I was trying to think, what one of my own songs is appropriate for a Burns night? None of them. So the song I'm going to play for you is a song which I called February Has a Smoking Problem, which I released as a single, I think, last year. And I wrote it after just a normal night out in Glasgow. I was just trying to get money out of the cash machine to go home, and a very, very drunk girl who was very upset just started crying her whole life story to everybody at the cash machine. And it was just after Valentine's Day, and she'd been dumped, and she was very upset. And it was one of those moments where I didn't really know what to do. I could tell that she needed comfort, but I didn't know how to give it. So I went home and wrote this song for her. And it's kind of a song which takes on the idea of lust rather than the idea of love. And therefore, it's appropriate for a Burns night. Because we all know what Robbie Burns was like. Cool, so this is called February Has a Smoking Problem. February smokes a cigarette on the street corner. Oh, her lips are full and her eyes are blue, and you aren't sure what it is you're doing. February sends you all her love. Her dress is red and gorgeous, but her head is full of lust, and you aren't sure what it is you're doing. No, you aren't sure what it is you're doing. February smokes a cigarette on the street corner. Oh, you're telling her to wait, but it isn't all that late. Oh, February has a smoking problem. She'll make you groan until you shudder, but she's not a loyal lover, and she isn't sure what it is you're doing. No, she isn't sure what it is you're doing. And somewhere out there, there's a girl just being dumped, and she's crying her eyes by an ATM. And somewhere out there, there's a boy who just broke that girl's heart. And I'll comfort her to the best of my ability, and hope that someday somebody will do the same for me, do the same for me. Oh, February smokes until she cannot taste. February smokes until her voice is a waste. February smokes until she starts to fade, till she starts to fade, till she starts to fade. Thank you. I'm just going to play one more for you, another Burns one called I Walk No. But just before I play it, I've never actually been to a Burns night before. This is my first Burns night. I have horrible food allergies called celiac disease, so I'm allergic to haggis and whiskey. So there's never been any point in me going to a Burns night before. So thanks very much for having me. This is lovely. But yeah, here goes I Walk No. Summer
you.
Josephine Sellers, thank you very much indeed. Now, in not a very subtle way, I'll remind you tonight is a fundraiser. So we cannot be gathered together without having a raffle. And I can't rise, the money wouldn't afford pretty assistants, but Ronnie and Ricky will be selling tickets, maybe with some other assistants as well. So they will be passing amongst you and selling raffle tickets throughout the rest of the evening. Can I also point out outside there is a silent auction. Now, if you haven't seen it yet, outside there's a table with some really incredible things on it. Original paintings, a bottle of Holyrood whiskey signed by the First Minister, quite a few things. And the point of a silent auction, make your way out whenever, and you'll see strips beside each item. Write down what you want to bid for it. So if you write down Joe Bloggs, £500, that's quite acceptable. The next person coming along can write down, that's a ridiculous sum of money, I will offer £600. And so it goes on. Later tonight, we will see how the bidding is going. If some of them look satisfactory, we'll let you off. If they're not, the items will be brought in here and we'll have a full public humiliation auction. So you have been warned. Two things, raffle and auction. Could I now ask Alison Peebles to say grace?
Some hae meat and canna eat, and some would eat that wanted. But we hae meat and we can eat, sae let the Lord be thanked.
Go for it. Yeah. This is a song by Michael Mara called Harmless. With my hand on my head and my head in my mouth, with arms that could reach o'er the sea. My feet might be big, but the insects are safe. They'll never get stood under me. Endless, endless. There's never any bother for me. I ging to the library and I take out a book, and then I go home for my tea. I save all the coupons that come with the soup, and when I have saved 53, I send away 50, put 3 in the drawer, and something gets posted to me. Endless, endless. There's never any bother for me. Day with I'm tilt and I tidy my room, and then I go home for my tea. Was they not twa lads, wha could cry my chums, the canny and meek as can be. There's Tam with his pigeons, and Wall with his mice, and Robert McLennan and me. Endless, endless. There's never any bother for me. Ging to the library and I take out a book, and then I go home for my tea. Endless, endless. There's never any bother for me. Nobody'd notice that I wasn't there if I didn't come down for my tea. No, nobody'd notice that I wasn't there if I didn't come home for my tea. Cheers. Thanks very much. I didn't know what you want. Wow. Okay. Hey? Nah. Well, I'll do my own. No. I'll do it maybe. I'll do another one then. Maybe come back later on. Right, I'll do one of my own then. Since it's... I'll hold the copyright to that then. Yeah? Okay, this song is called The Sky Last Night. Well, I saw something when the sky last night, it materialized, and it shone so bright. With one moment past, it was gone. And I think the atmosphere is what it burned out on. We were looking for satellites in the sky last night, traveling through the lights of the stars so bright. Then a fiery belt came along. It came along, and I think the atmosphere is what made it burn so strong. In this great wide universe, in all her magnificence. I saw something in the sky last night. Cheers. Thanks again. You can do one more if you want. Huh? Yeah. You go for it. Oh, the clouds in the sky seem so vast whenever I look up above to admire them. But they're the smallest fraction of the sky that I can see above. And from the moon you'd have a hard time trying to find them. Though it makes me feel so small on this world and all her grandeur, but then I think of the improbability of my existence, and it shakes this feeling of. Oh, the stars in the night seem so clustered whenever I look up to the sky to admire them. But the distance between the stars could be far greater than theirs and ours. But they might never seem more distant than how we find them. And though it makes me feel so small in this universe and all her grandeur, but then I think of the improbability of my existence, and it shakes this feeling off. And it makes me feel so small in this universe and all her grandeur. Then I think of the improbability of my existence, and it shakes this feeling off. Cheers. Thanks very much. Yeah? Probably, we can do it later on. Do you want me to just put this back on stage tonight?
Susan. We've got Susan here.
It's not been played out there just now, no? Is it?
Yeah, you're live.
Sticking me on early, are you? I'm on the telly. There once was a day, but old time was then young, that brave Caledonia, the chief of our line, from some of your northern deities sprung. Who knows not that brave Caledonia is divine? That's okay. In my face. With worse things in my face. I've had worse things in my face.
Is that any good, Rob?
Is that okay? Okay. There once was a day that... Oh, sorry, can I start again? There once was a day, but old time was then young, that brave Caledonia, the chief of our line, from some of your northern deities sprung. Who knows not that brave Caledonia is divine? From Tweed to the Orchids was her domain, to hunt or to pasture or do as she would. Her heavenly relations there fixed their reign, and pledged to their godheads to warrant it good. A lambkin in peace, but a lion in war, the pride of her kindred, the heroine grew. Her grandsire old Odin triumphantly swore, whoe'er shall provoke thee, the encounter shall rue. With tillage or pasture at times she would sport, to feed her fair flocks by her green rustling corn, but chiefly the woods were her favourite resort, the darling amusement, the hounds and the horn. Long quiet she reigned, till thitherward stairs a flight of old eagles from Adria's strand, repeated successive for many long years, they darkened the air and plundered the land. Their pounces were murder and terror their cry. They'd conquered and ruined a world beside. She took to the hills and her arrows let fly. The daring invaders, they fled or they died. The chameleon savage disturbed their repose with tumult, disquiet, rebellion and strife. Provoked beyond bearing, at last she arose and robbed him at once of his hopes and his life. The Anglian lion, the terror of France, of prowling in Sagwood the Tweed silver flood, but taught by the bright Caledonian lands, he learned to fear in his own native wood. The fell harpy raven took wing from the north, the scourge of the seas and the dread of the shore. The wild Scandinavian boar issued forth to wanton in carriage and wallow in gore. O'er countries and kingdoms their fury prevailed, but brave Caledonia in vain they assailed, as largs welcome witness and Loncarty tell. Thus, bold, independent, unconquered and free, her bright course of glory shall run. For brave Caledonia, immortal must be. I'll prove it from Elucidus clear as the sun. Rectangle, triangle, the figure we'll choose. The upright is chance, old time is the base, but brave Caledonia is the hypotenuse. Then ergo shall match them, and match them always.
Right. I should have mentioned earlier to you, if you've got a mobile phone, please put it off or on silent. And if you feel like talking, don't. The next act is backed by popular demand, Ian Robertson and Tama Shanter.
We'll try that again. I was just testing to make sure you were all paying attention. I hate these microphones. When Chapman Billies leave the street and drouthy neighbours meet, as market days are drawing late and folks begin to tack the gate, while we sit boozing at the nappy and getting foo and unca happy, we think not on the Langscott smiles, the mossies, watters, slaps and styles that lie between us and our hame. Where sits our sulky, sullen dame, gathering her brews like gathering storm, nursing her wrath to keep it warm. This truth found honest Tam O'Shanter, as he frae airy night did canter. All there when there a tune surpasses, for honest men and bonny lassies. Oh, Tam, it had been so wise as ta'en thy ain wife Kate's advice. She told thee weel it was a scale a blathering, blustering, drunken blellum that frae November till October market day thou wasna sober, that ilka melder with a miller thou sat as long as thou had siller, that at the Lord's hoose, even on Sunday, thou drank with Curtin Jean till Monday. She prophesied that later soon thou would be found deep drowned in Doon or catch wi' warlocks in the murk by Alloway's old haunted kirk, o' gentle Thames. It gars me greet to think how many counsels sweet, how many lengthened sage advices the husband frae the wife despises. But to our tale, a market night, Tam had got planted unca right, fast by an ingle bleeze, and finally with reaming swats that drank divinely. And at his elbow, Suitor Johnny, his ancient trusty droopy crony. Tam loved him like a very brother. Mwah! They've been getting foo for weeks together. The night drave on with songs and clatter, and the ale was growing better. The landlady and Tam grew gracious, with favours secret, sweet and precious. The suitor told his queerest stories, the landlord's laugh was ready chorus. The storm without might rear and rustle, Tam didna mind a storm a whistle. Care mad, Mags, to see a man so happy, Ian drooned himsel among the nappy. As bees flee hame with loads of treasure, their minutes wing their ways with pleasure. Kings may be blessed, but Tam was glorious, and victorious. But pleasures are like poppies spread, you seize the flower, its bloom is shed, or like the snow falls in the river, a moment white, then melts forever. Or like the borealis race that flit ere you can point their place, or like the rainbow's lovely form may vanish in amid the storm. Nae man can tether time nor tide. The hour approaches. Tam maun ride. That hour o' night's black arch like he stay in that dreary hour he mounts his beast in, and sick a night he tacks the road in as ne'er poor sinner was abroad in. The wind blew, it was blown its last, the rattling showers rose in the blast, the speedy gleams of darkness swallowed, loud, deep and lang the thunder bellowed. That night a child might understand, the deal had business on his hand. Wheel mounted on his grey mare Meg, a better never lifted leg, Tam skelped on through dub and mire, despising wind and rain and fire, whilst hodding fast his glid blue bonnet, whilst crooning o'er some old Scots sonnet, whilst glowing round with prudent cares, lest buckles catch him unawares. By this time, he was crossed the ford, where in the snow the chapmen smort, and past the Burks and Meikle Stane were drunken Charlie Bragg's neckbane, and by the thorn aboon the well where Mungo's mother hanged hersel. Before him Doon pours all his floods, the Dublin storm roars through the woods, the lightnings flash frae pole to pole, near and more near the thunders roll. What when? Glimmering through the groaning trees, Kirkalloway seemed in a blaze. Through ilka bore the beams were glancing, and loud resounded mirth and dancing. Inspiring bold John Barleycorn, what dangers thou canst make us scorn. We're tippenny, we fear the evil. We're skibby, we'll face the devil. The swats say reamed and Tammy's not no fair play. He can't deals a bottle. But Maggie stood, right sair astonished, till by the heel and hand admonished she ventured forward on the light, and foul Tam saw an unca sight, warlocks and witches in a dance. But nae cotillion Brent knew frae France, but hornpipes, jigs, strathspeys and reels put life and metal in their heels. A winnock bunker in the east, their saddled neck and shape a beast, a towsy tight, black, grim and large, to give them music with his jar. He screwed the pipes and got them skirled till roof and rafters all did diddle. Coffins stood round like open presses that showed the dead in their last dresses, and by some devilish cantrip slight, each in its cold hand held a light by which heroic Tam was able to note upon the holy table a murderer's banes, and give it airns, toss, spun, lang, wee, unchristened bairns. A thief new cutted frae a rape with his last gasp. His gob did gape. 5 tomahawks with murder rusted, 5 scimitars with blood red rusted, with mair and horrible and awful, which even in name would be unlawful. As Tammy glowered, amazed and curious, the mirth and fun grew fast and furious. The dancers quick and quicker flew. They reel, they set, they cross, they clicklet, to Ilka, Carl and Swat and Rika, and coosed their diddies to the back. And like and our sat. Oh, Tam! Oh, Tam, had they been queens? Oh, plump and strapping in their teens. They breeks of mine, my only pair that once were plush with gig blue hair. I would have given them off my hearties for a blinking of bonny birdies. But with their bedrooms, old and drool, a louping and a flinging on a crummock, I wonder it didna turn the stomach. But Tam, ye kenned what was fu brawly. There was a winsome wench in Whalley that night enlisted in the corps. Lang after kenned on Carrick shore, for money a beast to dead she shot, and perished money a bonny boat, and shook baith meikle corn and beer, and kept the countryside in fear. Har, cutty sack, o Paisley heart, the while a lassie she had worn, in longitude though sorely scanty, it was her best. She was vanity, oh! Well kenned I, Reverend Granny, that sark she coughed for her wee nanny with £2 Scots, 'twas our riches, would ever grace a dance of witches. But here, Mamma Muse, her wingman core, 6 flights are far beyond her power to sing how Nanny lap and flang, a supple jade she was and strang, and how Tam stood like one bewitched, and thought his very e'en enriched. Even Satan glowered and fetched fu fain, and hotched and blew with might and main, till first they caper sign another Tam tint his reason altogether and roars out, "Well done, Cutty Sark!" And in an instant, all was dark, and scarcely had he, Maggie, rallied when out the hellish legion sallied. As bees fizz out with angry bite when plundering herds assail their bite. As open pussy's mortal foes when pop she starts before their nose. As eager runs the market crowd when catch the thief resounds aloud. So Maggie runs, the witches follow, with Murray and Aldrich screeching hollow. Oh Tam, thou get thou faring, in hell they'll roast thee like a hare. In vain thy care awaits thy coming, canst thou no be a woeful woman? No! Do thy speedy utmost, Meg, and win the Keystone of the brink. There at them thou tell me toss, a running stream they turn across. But ere the Keystone she could make a feint to tell she had to shake, for Nanny, far before the rest, hard upon noble Maggie pressed, and flew at Tam with furious hell. But little was she Maggie's mettle, A spring brought off her master hail, but left behind her ain grey tail. The carlin caught her by the rump and left poor Maggie scarce a stump. Now, what this tale of truth shall read, ilk man and mother's son, tak heed. Whene'er to drink you're inclined, or cutty sacks run in your mind, think. You may buy the joys our dear. Remember Tam O'Shanter's mare. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. You won't see or hear a Tam O'Shanter like that again. Unless you come next year, you might hear it then. Ian, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Right. No one sleeps through Ian's performances, that's for sure. Our next speaker is well known to all of you, I'm sure. He appeared in Taggart for many years, River City. He's the patron of the Scottish Youth Theatre. Inexplicably, he's a supporter of his hometown football team, St Johnstone. Ladies and gentlemen, Colin McCready.
Ladies and gentlemen, First Minister, it's lovely to be here tonight. Now I know it's a Friday night in Govan, but don't worry, there's no been a murder. Bet you've never heard that. Now it's lovely to be here and to going to speak about the appreciation of all the lassies in the audience tonight. They're all looking lovely. And also my partner in crime tonight is going to be Jo Clifford. She's going to be replying to the reply to the laddies. That was a mistake. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing what Jo has to say and to hear about what she has to say with the laddies. So go easy, Jo, please. Lassies, you'll be delighted to know that Robbie Burns was the type of man that you're all looking for. A yes man. They're the type that you want to marry, aren't they, Nicola? When I say Robbie was a yes man, he was a yes man on lots of different fronts. Politically, he was most certainly a yes man, and it's plain to see that he was an advocate of Scottish independence. And you just have to listen to these famous words. But pith and power till my last hour, I'll make this declaration. We're bought and sold for English gold, such a parcel of rogues in a nation. When it came to the fairer sex, Robbie Burns certainly had an eye for the women, for the lassies. When I say I mean I as in I will pump you. It's fair to say that she'd probably have been better known as Bobby rather than Robbie. I don't like being rude in front of the First Minister. I'm getting a beamer. He fathered 12 children by 4 women in an 11-year period. That would be unheard of in this day and age. 12 children by 4 women? That's unless you are the Celtic player Lee Griffiths. It's obvious that Rabbie was a fan of the female form, and when not on top of it, he was certainly likely to wax lyrical about it, as he did in this very bawdy song. Cover your ears if you're under 18. My girl, she's airy, she's buxom and gay. Her breath is as sweet as the blossoms in May. A touch of her lips, it ravishes quite. She's always good-natured, good-humoured and free. She dances, she glances, she smiles with a glee. Her eyes are the lightnings of joy and delight. Her slender neck, her handsome waist. Her hair well buckled, her stays well laced. Her taper white leg, with an et and a C. For her, a B-E-D, and her C-U-N-T. And oh, for the joys of a long winter night. Rabbie could also write about women with a touch more decorum, which he showcased in his poem, Saw Ye Bonnie Leslie. To see her is to love her, and love but her forever. For nature made her what she is, and never made another. It's fair to say that Rabbie wasn't exactly a feminist or even he wasn't even a new man. I don't think you would have found him changing nappies or pushing a pram or taking the wains to the park. But he did claim that he knew what women really wanted. No. Come read me, dame, come tell me, dame. My dame, come tell me truly, what length of girth when we'll cod hame will sair a woman duly. The carlin clue, her wanton tale say ready. I learned a sang in Annandale, 9-inch will please a lady. Without a doubt, Burns was obsessed both with politics and women. And as a progressive, he would have loved the fact that in 2016, in Scotland, that the 3 main political parties are all led by lassies. It pains me to say it, laddies, but today the lassies are outperforming the laddies in virtually every field of Scottish life. It's not just politics, from Amy MacDonald and Emily Sandé in pop music to J.K. Rowling, you don't like to boo, in literature, to our wonderful macker, Liz Lockhead. From Eve Muirhead and Ailey Child sporting excellent to Kelly MacDonald and Karen Gillan, who are lighting up Hollywood. The lassies are doing it for themselves. Scottish women are even leading the way in the business world. Just look at the lovely Baroness Michelle Monaghan. You're allowed to boo. I'd imagine that if Rabbie Burns was here tonight, he'd be delighted by our lassies' successes. And of course it was Rabbie who penned this groundbreaking poem in 1792. While Europe's eye is fixed on mighty things, the fate of empires and the fall of kings, while quacks of state must each produce his plan, and even children lisp the rights of man, amid the mighty fuss, just let me mention, the rights of women merit some attention. I also bet that Rabbie would have been poring over social media during the past few weeks with all the stooshy and hullabaloo about the innovative Scottish-based artist Ellie Harrison, who was granted £15,000 from Creative Scotland. You can boo there as well. For her controversial Glasgow Effect project. Now, with the truly atrocious weather we've been having in Scotland, 15 grand a year, that'd hardly pay for a Barber jacket or a pair of Hunter welly boots. Is that not right, Nicola? As I say, like most artists in Scotland, Rabbie, if he was around today, he would be dependent on funding from Creative Scotland to make ends meet. And I bet he'd be scribbling away in his application form for his latest project, the Dumfries Effect, whereby he'd be requesting funding to spend 365 days exploring the effects of debauchery in the Borders tune through the mediums of drinking, shagging, fighting, and poetry. Of course, he'd have to attach an example of his art on his application form. So how about this? Strong ale was ablution, small beer persecution, a dram was memento mori, but a full flowing bowl was as saving his soul, and port was celestial glory. Now, lassies, on the subject of drinking too much tonight, remember you're only now allowed 2 units of alcohol a day. So that's just 1 glass of wine tonight. Now, if you're to believe the Chief Medical Officer's new guidelines, then not only will this keep you healthier, and it'll lower the risk of developing serious illnesses, it'll also stop you changing sex. Because lassies, if you get steaming tonight, and you stoat off nearby to the nearest Blue Lagoon, and you order a pizza box stuffed full of kebab meat, pakora, chicken wings and chips and cheese, then you could be in serious trouble. Because if you want to believe one of the best headlines ever that was in the Daily Record last week, you lassies are finished. Because munchie boxes, fast food craze could turn women into men because chemicals cause female snails to grow penises. That's a snappy headline, isn't it? So you've all been warned. And I bet you'll all think twice about ordering a cheeky wee single sausage ever again. But guys, do you think this means if we eat loads of munchie boxes, then it'll make our willies grow bigger? Right, who's coming to Blue Lagoon? Now, of course, the reason that we're here tonight is to not just celebrate the life of our national bard, but it's also to show our support for a special lassie and to raise a few quids to help her re-election as the Glasgow South MSP. Now, tonight's all about fundraising, and Nicola, I want to praise you on your inventiveness when it comes to fundraising. Because I noticed last week that when the couple from Hoyok won £33 million in the lottery, right, I timed it. Within 19 minutes of it being announced, Nicola was on Twitter. Well done. What a sook. I know you got a few quid of the ones that won the Euro Millions. She's got no shame. Also, before Christmas, Nicola, many of us listened to your appearance on Desert Island Discs. I won't mention the Duran Duran track. And also, I can't believe that your luxury castaway item was your Hunter welly boots. What I did notice, though, was your all-time favourite track was by none other than our man of the moment, Rabbie Burns. Of course, you chose the fabulous Eddie Reader musical version. I'm not going to sing, luckily. Dry. Till a' the seas gang dry, my dear, and the rocks melt with the sun, I will love thee still, my dear, while the sands o' life shall run. And fare thee well, my only... And share the toast with me to the lassies. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Colin. I think we can safely say no one was left uninsulted in that bit. a reply from the lassies will be interesting. This is the first public reply from the lassies to be given by a transgender woman. Govan leads the way again. Jo is a writer, performer, poet and teacher. She is the author of about 80 plays which have been performed worldwide. In 2016, Jo will be performing a new play she has written with Chris Good for the National Theatre of Scotland. Amongst her many performances was appearing in the film High Heels Aren't Compulsory. You got that wrong. The Scottish Government at the highest level has said high heels are compulsory. Ladies and gentlemen, Jo.
Wonderful to be here. My dears, I have a terrible confession to make. And no, it's... Oh, I never turned it on. I forgot to turn the microphone on. No, it's not that. And it's not that I was born in England, because I expect you've noticed... It's not that. It is that even though I've lived in Scotland since I was 17, my late wife was Scottish, my daughters are Scottish, my grandson is Scottish, and I am so proud to be a Scottish theatre maker. I have still never been to a Burns supper. But what a place to start, eh? I think I like it here. Maybe I'll come back. But the fact I'd never been to an event like this before meant I had no idea what I was supposed to be doing. I've had to do all kinds of research to find out, and as far as I can tell, my main job is to defend us ladies, the fairer and the weaker sex, from the merciless wit, the savage sharp sallies, the insults and depredations that have been visited upon us by our last speaker. That gorgeous man over there who's looking so lovely in his new beard. Isn't it interesting how you can embarrass a man by saying how good-looking he is? But of course he is very good-looking, but he's let us down. He's completely confused me. All this talk about female snails growing penises. What was that about, dear? He's been terribly nice to us. And besides, ladies, just look at us. Aren't we formidable? Do we really need defending? No. Does Liz Lockhead need defending? No. Does Nicola Sturgeon need defending? No, of course not. So I began to think I was maybe a bit irrelevant. What was I going to do? And I thought, well, maybe I need defending. Well, you never know, dear. Many people would say I had no business making the speech because My voice is too low. Or my shoulders are too broad. Or I have the wrong kind of vagina. How dreadful is that, ladies and gentlemen? Well, I know the people that say such things. They're the ones that used to shout insults at me every time I went out my front door. They're the ones that used to laugh in my face in the street and refer to me as it. They're the ones who in other countries in the world hunt down trans women like myself, prevent us earning a decent living, force us onto the streets to work as prostitutes, make it dangerous and sometimes deadly for us to show our faces. There they are. When they deny my right to be a woman, they are denying my right to be human. But of course, nobody does that sort of thing anymore to me. People are very nice to me. In fact, on the whole, gentlemen of a certain age, I don't know why I'm looking at the chairman here, but shall we say gentlemen of distinction, are usually very nice to me. They open doors for me, as if I couldn't open them myself. They carry my suitcase up and down stairs. Once, one of these extraordinary creatures even helped me cross the road. And how lovely that was. But the funny thing about these encounters is that whenever these men speak to me, with honourable exceptions, of course, they are very condescending, as if I was somehow half-witted. And when this first happened to me, I was outraged. I thought, what's happening? When I was a man, people never used to speak to me like this. What is it? Do I look stupid all of a sudden? Well, no, it wasn't that. It was because I looked like a woman. Because you'd be surprised, or perhaps you wouldn't be surprised, having lived with this all your lives, how often men still think that they are lords of the universe, superior beings, and that us ladies are somehow beneath them in the scale of creation. And so they don't understand why someone like me, who was born high up, a lord of the world, should want to so demean myself by living as a woman. Well, let me tell you, it's a hell of a lot nicer. And it's very strange how much more comfortable I am in my skin. And that is a basic human right, that we are all enabled to live who we are, become who we are, whatever gender we happen to belong to. And besides, the toilets are so much nicer. Now, ladies, I don't know if you've ever been in a men's toilet. I don't recommend it. You're quite right, dear. Men's toilets smell. And do you know why? They're very strange men's toilets. There's a sort of a wall, and against the wall is a kind of trough. And men walk up to this trough, and they unzip their trousers, and then they take out that part of their anatomy that apparently qualifies them to be lords of the universe. And they point it at the trough. Now, my dears, it's a very big target, and they don't have very far to go. You would have thought they wouldn't miss. I'm sorry to say they do. And so, in front of this trough, there's a sort of a damp patch, which is why their toilets smell so bad. You see, I'm uniquely well qualified to talk about this. Ladies' toilets. Oh, gentlemen, you have no idea the joys you are missing. Ladies' toilets are lovely places. They're clean, they smell gorgeous. They've got nice mirrors, cubicles where you can be comfortable. They even sometimes have a chair by the mirror. I'm a bit puzzled by the chair, to be honest, but I imagine that if it's for women to, you know, if your friend is taking a long time in the cubicle, it's to wait for them to emerge. And the other thing that I love about ladies' toilets, you see, men's toilets are quite scary places. Men never look each other in the eye. They're kind of a bit, they are, aren't they? They're very kind of furtive about what they're doing. But women, wow. We look at each other. We meet each other's eyes and we smile. I love that. And that tells us a lot about what the difference is between being a man and being a woman in this world of ours. And something else that's very significant about all this is that I've been trying to find out, being so ignorant about this, I've been trying to find out when it was that the first woman stood up in a burn supper and gave the reply of the lasses. You'd think that was a very obvious question, wouldn't you? But nobody knew. And eventually, I had to write this down, it's so complicated. Eventually, I wrote to the Robert Burns Birthplace Museum, and the curator, Mr. Sean McGlashan, he didn't know. So he wrote to the Centre for Robert Burns Studies at Glasgow University, and they didn't know. And so they wrote to Mr. Clark McGinn. Dear Mr. McGinn, he'd done his PhD on the history of Burns suppers, and he knew. Now, we all know, I think, don't we, that women have always been at Burns suppers, and they've been cooking it or serving it. They've always been there. And it's said that at the very first Burns supper of all, there was a woman present, an unnamed woman. Poor love. All those drunken men. It must have been terrible. And in fact, she obviously did have a wretched time of it because apparently she never came back. And then there's a long, long silence until in 1876, think of that, 1876 is the first recorded reply of a woman. And she didn't speak, she sang. And I was tempted. But not for very long. And then there's another long silence until in 1920. That's the first recorded spoken reply in London. Not in Scotland, in London. And it wasn't until 1946 that the custom first started that we are following tonight. 1946. And these were students at Ayr Academy. And I guess the young women there must have got fed up. Bored to tears by all the rubbish the men were spouting. And said, enough is enough. We are going to say something. And I think we should honour those feisty young women of Ayr Academy who started this beautiful ceremony. Yeah. Well, that's a relief. I thought you were never going to do that. And it's strange, isn't it, when you think about Burns, how he loved women, how far ahead of his time he was in his thinking and his values, that he should be so often celebrated by such reactionary practices, because apparently there are still societies in which we are not allowed to attend. Extraordinary. He would have hated that. He would have loved being here tonight. He would have loved the fact that the great outpouring of poetry in this country just now. He would have loved the fact that our national poet is a woman. He would have loved the fact that we have a First Minister, and that our First Minister is a woman. And that she is such a courageous, such a canny, such a dedicated champion of women's rights, not only here, but throughout the whole wide world. And I think he would have been very happy that I'm standing here speaking to you. Because he had a generous spirit. He embraced humanity in every form. You know, him and his friends, who were all supporters and devotees of the French Revolution in its early days, of its ideals, they spoke of the tree of liberty. A tree of liberty, a wide, high, noble tree, under whose shelter everyone, no matter what their race, no matter what their gender, no matter what their age, could take shelter and become truly themselves. He would have loved women, both trans women and cis women, all those of us who over the centuries have had our voices disdained and mocked and silenced. He would love the fact that under the leaves of that tree we could discover our real selves and develop our true talents for the benefit of humanity. And so, I want you all to stand. Ladies, gentlemen, those of every gender and those of none, here and throughout the world, let's raise our glasses to the tree of liberty.
Joe, thank you very much. We're now going to carry on eating. We're going to carry on selling raffle tickets and showing I was listening very closely to what Joe was saying. Could the men please all use the women's toilets? Thank you.
has. He's got phones out. headphones? Headphones? Is there a headphone socket? What's it saying? Yeah. No. No, it's just a cheapo.
What you're going to have to do is sing it the mic back so that this picks up.
Okay.
Just do a kind of rebalance so it's kind of back a bit there.
1, 2, hello, can you hear that? Is that alright? 1, 2, hello, can you hear that? Is it alright? Is it okay, Mick? Is it okay? Does it sound alright? Okay. Is it on? I don't know if you can see the changes that have come over me. In these past few days, I've been afraid that I might drift away. I've been telling old stories and singing songs that make me think about where I came from. That's the reason why I seem so far away today. Let me tell you that I love you, that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, and now I'm going home. If I should become a stranger, you know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. I have moved and I've kept on moving, proved the points that I needed proving, lost the friends that I needed losing, found others on the way. I have kissed the girls and I've left them crying, stolen dreams, yeah, there's no denying. I have sailed with coattails flying somewhere in the wind. Let me tell you that I love you, that I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, and now I'm going home. If I should become a stranger, you know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. Thank you, John. Hello, world. Is all right? If anybody's watching, this is a song I wrote with my friend Matthew McVarish. It's called Sweet Home Balmaha. It is. I've been to California, and I've seen with my own eyes the skies touch the mountain highs of all the world, and they ain't got nothing on ya. My heart chose you, so now I've got to have that view. So I need to come home. I need that something that you do. And though I traveled, I've always known wherever I go, I'm only me when I'm with you. Ooh, my sweet home. Balmaha. My sweet home is where you are. I found my soul, I've searched the world, now I know I'm never alone in Balmaha. Some call it human nature, so wanna be in the place where I feel free and I can breathe. So be your own best teacher and make you go where you hear the music from your soul. That's why I need to come home. I need that something that you do. And though I traveled, I've always known wherever I go, I'm only me when I'm with you. Ooh, ooh. My sweet home, Balmaha. My sweet home is where you are. I found my soul, I've searched the world, now I know I'm never alone in Balmaha. My sweet home, Balmaha. My sweet home is where you are. I found my soul, I've searched the world, now I know I'm never alone in Balmaha. I finally found what I've been looking for. It was already here, but I never knew. My sweet home, Balmaha. My sweet home is where you are. I found my soul, I've searched the world, now I know I'm never alone in Balmaha. My sweet home, Balmaha. My sweet home is where you are. I found my soul, searched the world, now I know I'm never alone in Balmaha. Thank you very much. Thank you, world. Thank you, universe. Thank you, cosmos. Thank you, cyberspace. Thank you, Paisley, if you're watching. I feel the need to do a joke or something, but I can't think of one. John, do you have any good jokes?
Not that you can tell to the
Not that I can tell on the internet, because we don't want to get switched off. Don't want to what? About what people? Drimmin people. Are you from Drimmin? All right, okay. All right, I'm fond of Balmaha. I'm very fond of Balmaha. Anyway, this is a song that I recorded last year with the Glasgow Philharmonic Orchestra, and it's a Michael Mara song, and it's about Glasgow. In the second city of the empire, Mother Glasgow watches all her wings, trying hard to feed her little starlings. Unconsciously she clips their little wings. Mother Glasgow's succor is perpetual, nestling the belly and the Thames. I dreamt I took a dander with Saint Mungo to try to catch a fish that couldn't swim. Among the silent bells and flightless birdies, Father Glasgow knows his starlings well, and he'll no make his own way up to heaven by waltzing all his charges into hell. Mother Glasgow's succor is perpetual, nestling the Billy and the Thames. I dreamt I took a dander with Saint Mungo to try to catch a fish that couldn't swim. And the tree, and the fish, and the bird, and the bell, let Glasgow flourish. Thank you very much. I can't, it's on the internet, you'll find out. In the second city, na-na-na, and the empire, ba-ba-dee-da-da-da. Can't, I'm sorry, Pat, if you're watching. Can't believe I just did that. So in trouble with Scottish showbiz. He will be looking for me in the Ficote Bridge. Batter me. It's affectionate. Right, next. That'll be me blocked. I love you. I do love you. In a special kind of way. What'll I do now? It's another Scottish song. A Scottish song, ladies and gentlemen of the world. It's a wonderful night tonight, actually. I hope you've been enjoying watching. I think it's a very historical night that we had the reply from the ladies from the first time it's ever been done, to my knowledge, I think, by a transgender woman. And what she was talking about was just wonderful. Sent a shiver down our spine in the room. I don't know how you felt watching it, but it was just, it felt like watching a bit of history being made, and it was fantastic. So I don't really know what to sing next. Any requests, boys, over there? This isn't a real fire, by is it still the fire behind me? It's roasting, absolutely roasting me. It's burning me, but this is a cheap suit. It's melting onto my skin. I'm going to have to go up the Royal after this. So let's think of another Scottish song. Okay, here's one. There's a man I meet, walks up our street. He's a worker for the council, has been 20 years. And he takes no lip off nobody, and let her off the gutter. Puts it in a bag, and never thinks to mutter. And he packs his lunch in a sun-blessed bag. The children call him Bogey. And he never lets on, but I know 'cause he once told me. He let me know a secret about the money in his kitty. He's going to buy a dinghy, gonna call her Dignity. And I'll sail her up the west coast, through villages and towns. I'll be on my holidays, they'll be doing the rounds. They'll ask me how I got her, I'll say I saved my money. They'll say, isn't she pretty? That ship called Dignity. And I'm telling a story about a faraway scene, sipping down Raki and reading Maynard Keynes. And I'm thinking about home and all that it means, and a place in the winter for dignity. And I'll sail her up the west coast, through villages and towns. I'll be on my holidays, they'll be doing the rounds. They'll ask me how I got her, I'll say I saved my money. They'll say, isn't she pretty? That ship called Dignity. And I'm thinking about home, and I'm thinking about faith, thinking about work. And I'm thinking how good it would be to be here someday on a ship called Dignity, ship called Dignity. That ship. Thanks very much. Have I got an iceberg behind me now? Every night in my dreams, I see you, I feel you. That is how I know you. Go on. Is it still behind me? Is it still? Iceberg straight ahead. Smell nice, can ya? Anyway, is it still an iceberg? What else have you got? What else is there? I've got iceberg now. What else is there now? What other backgrounds have you got? Pick one. Tell me what it is and I'll play a song that suits it. Ah. Pick a random one and then tell me what it is and I'll sing a song to suit the surroundings. What? Oh, go for it then. I'll sing that good old song, The Squinty Bridge of Glasgow Town. I'll do that out there. We're getting a bit. We just sung Titanic with an iceberg behind me. That was comedy. It was meant to be funny. I'm getting a row for that now. It was that famous Robert Burns poem, My Heart Will Go On. She's not know it. I'm outside Pacific Quay. Was the River City team? So, Ian Robertson, come and say hi to the live stream. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen of the universe of the cosmos, I give you the fantastic BAFTA award-winning actor, Colin McCready. How are you?
I'm not bad. How are you? Sorry, I'm having a wee bite to eat. I'm going away.
We've just broke the internet. That was Ian Robertson, star of... What have you been in? What have you been in? What is it you're in? Can you not get a part in River City? How can you not get a part in River City?
There was twa witty wives. There was twa wives and twa witty wives, as there played Hooch McGandy. And they cussed out upon a time, out o'er a drink of brandy. Up Maggie goes, and forth she rose, and leaves old Mary flighting. And she farted by the byre end, for she was gone a shite. She farted by the byre end, she farted by the stable, and quick and nimble were her steps, as quick as she was able. To let yon dyke black, the burly brack, but raxin for some Dawkins. The beans and peas came down her thighs, and she cackit o'er stockings. Robert Burns, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll be up your flue in a minute or two, as soon as I've finished this bride. Shall I carry on? With a big long pole and a sausage roll, I'll be right out and ride you. So sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody. So sorry. That's a career ender. Oh, you can't shove your granny off a bus. Oh, you can't shove. Just get my coat, will I? Just get my coat. Right. Ladies and gentlemen of the internet, it's been lovely, but I've been told that that's my dinner out. Are you coming on? How no? Because what? Come on and sing a song and I'll play the piano for you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we don't even know what we're going to sing, but it is Mr. Ryan Burns. On you come. Come here. No, just come in and sing a song. Stand there and sing a song. Tell me any song and we'll do it. Yeah, just leave that there. You just need to sing loud. Aye, that's good. So just stand next to me and sing. So what would you like to sing?
I don't know.
Pick a song. What do you sing? Covers that I would know.
You put me on the spot there. I walked to the room to see what the commotion was. really struggling to think.
The world's
of something.
waiting.
I know the world is waiting. This is a lot of pressure.
Uh-huh.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's gripping viewers. Tell me a song that you sing that's a
Me
cover.
Never.
What's that?
Oh no, John Martin.
Keep forgetting he's 12.
Well, John Martin is not.
I know, but people always ask me for John Martin, and
Right. So,
right. I don't know any.
Let's think about it. Simon and Garfunkel. Home
Yes,
Ground.
Simon and
Home
Garfunkel.
Ground.
Yeah, okay. Right. How's that key? I'm sitting in
the railway station, got a ticket for my destination. On a tour of one-night stands, my suitcase and guitar in hand. Every stop is neatly planned for a poet and a one-man band. Homeward bound, I wish I was homeward bound. Home, where my thoughts escaping, home, where my music's playing, home, where my love lies waiting silently for me. Neatly days and endless stream of cigarettes and magazines. And each town looks the same to me, the movies and the factories. And every stranger's face I see reminds me that I long to be homeward bound. I wish I was homeward bound. Home, where my thoughts escaping, home, where my music's playing, home, where my love lies waiting silently for me. Tonight I'll sing my songs again, I'll play the games and pretend. Every day's a endless stream of cigarettes and magazines, emptiness and harmony. I need someone to comfort me. Homeward bound, I wish I was homeward bound. Home, where my thoughts escaping, home, where my music's playing, home, where my love lies waiting silently for me. Silently for me.
Hey!
Well, get through it.
What a total fluke, man.
That was good.
What a fluke.
Go on yourself.
Yeah. Harmonies and everything, folks. That's what happens. So, later on, we have got the Immortal memory from Scotland's Macker, Liz Lockhead. There's also going to be music from myself and the fabulous Francis Thorburn, and Ryan, who you just saw there, is going to be doing it as well. And then the legend that is Simple Minds' Mick McNeil is going to be doing a one-man Ceilidh, which I'm intrigued to see. That's good. Are you going to be doing any Simple Minds songs? I mean, Ceilidh version of I Travel. All right. No. Don't you forget about me, I'll be alone, dancing, you know. Tragedy, luxury, everything. Dun, 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 da, 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 da. That'd be a good Ceilidh song, I Travel. You want me to shut up? Right, okay, that's fine. I had this gag going on with Mick. I was wondering how hard Simple Minds were back in the day, and if they could batter other 80s bands. And we figured out that you couldn't batter Big Country. You could batter Duran Duran if Big Stuart was still there. But you could also batter Adam and the Ants, we decided. But you couldn't batter Strawberry Switchblade. Nobody could batter Strawberry Switchblade. Did one of them not go a bit kind of... Aye. They're Glasgow women though, Mick. Anyway. Have we got anybody else that's going to come on and do something, or is it me entertaining the world? Okay. What they've done is they've farmed me out here to come on here and speak on the internet whilst the main course is being served, so that I don't pig out. The whole world's... It's a nanny state in here, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately. Anyway, so Mick, shout out a song for me to do. Shout out a song for me to do. Just pick anything further. A slow sustaining one. Okay, right, okay. A Scottish one. Right, okay. Right, here's one. Why did we ever come so far? I knew I'd seen it all before. Tall buildings reach up in vain. Tinsel tires in the rain. I know now, love was so exciting. Tinsel town in the rain. Oh, men and women, here we are, caught up in this big rhythm. One day this love will all blow over. Time for leaving the parade. Is there a place in this city, a place to always feel this way? And hey, there's a red car in the fountain. Tinsel town in the rain. Oh, men and women, here we are, caught up in this big rhythm. Do I love you? Yes, I love you. Will we always be happy-go-lucky? Do I love you? Yes, I love you. But it's easy come and it's easy go. All this talking is only bravado, yeah. Tinsel town is in the rain. Tinsel town is in the rain. Oh, tinsel town. Thank you very much. Thank you, a wonderful audience. I think I do love you, Mike. Love you all. A lot of love. A lot of love. Thank you very much. Are you going to do the poem? That would be fabulous. A break, yeah, I'm starving. Internet, thank you very much. We're going to have now some poetry. There we go.
As long as you don't do it in real life. Don't breathe into it too much.
Don't breathe into it.
Project. Okay. Here's a... Oh. Should probably wait till you guys are ready, eh? You ready? Here's a health to them that's awa. Here's a health to them that's awa. And who wasna wish good luck in our cause, may never good luck find them, may never good luck be their fall. It's good to be merry and wise, it's good to be honest and true, it's good to support Caledonia's cause and bide by the buff and the blue. Here's a health to them that's awa, here's a health to them that's away. Here's a health to Charlie, the chief of the clan, although that his band may be small. May liberty meet with his success, may prudence protect her from evil, may tyrants and tyranny tine in the mist and wander away their devil. Here's a health to them that's awa, here's a health to them that's awa. Here's a health to Tammy, the Norland laddie, that lives at the lug of the law. Here's freedom to them that would read, here's freedom to them that would write. There's nane ever feared the truth that should be heard, but them who would the truth indict. Here's a health to them that's awa, and here's to them that's awa. Here's to the Maitland and Wycombe. Let who doesna like 'em be built in a hole in the wall. Here's fruit that is sound at the core, and may he that would turn the buff and blue coat be turned to the back of the door. Here's a health to them that's awa, here's a health to them that's awa. Here's Chieftain MacLeod, a chieftain worth God, though bred among mountains of snow. Here's friends on both sides of the Firth, and friends on both sides of the Tweed, and who would betray old Albion's right, may they never eat of our breed. Would you like another one? Are we filling up spots here? I'm just going to pick random ones and read them. Her flowing locks. Her flowing locks, the raven's wings, adorn her neckline bosom hang. How sweet unto that breast to cling, and round that neck entwine her. Her lips are roses, what we do, oh, what feast our bonny mew, her cheeks a mere celestial hue, a crimson still diviner. That was a short one. Right. Thine am I, my faithful fair, thine my lovely Nancy, every pulse along my veins, every roving fancy. To thy bosom lay my heart, there to throb and languish, though despair has wrung its core, that would heal its anguish. Take away those rosy lips, rich with balmy treasure, turn away then eyes of love, lest I die with pleasure. What is life when wanting love, night without a morning? Love the cloudless summer's sun, nature's gay adorning. Am I just to keep doing this until you tell me to stop, or have you got? Let's see. Yeah, another one. Thou hast left me ever, Jamie. Thou hast left me ever, Jamie. Thou hast left me ever. Thou hast left me ever, Jamie. Thou hast left me ever. Often hast thou vowed that death only should us sever. Now thou'st left thy last for aye. I mun see thee never, Jamie. I'll see thee never. Thou hast forsaken me, Jamie. Thou hast me forsaken. Thou hast me forsaken, Jamie. Thou hast me forsaken. While my heart is breaking, soon my weary e'en I'll close. Ne'er mere to waken, Jamie. Now mere to waken. I know that there's a singer in there desperate for a shot, by the way, guys.
it.
One with interest in Nicola's legs. I never used to have to say this for Alex Salmon, but there we are. There are a number of cartoons by Niels Lawrence of all the cast members. Humza the Hummingbird by Bronwyn, oh, I can't read it, Gergatson? Yes, that one. A picture of Liz Lochhead by Aileen McGibbons. Whiskey Bottle, signed by Nicola. And a superb print by Gerard Burns, the one that was, I think, used in the Christmas card by some First Minister or other in the past. So these are very, very great things. Also, thank you for everyone who has contributed to the raffle. I failed miserably. I thought I'd bought plenty of books, and we ran out of books. So we've gone to Asda, our local boutique, and we're getting some more raffles. So you can spend even more money. Okay. Our next speaker is the Macker of Scotland, a playwright with a whole host of famous things to her name. Blood and Ice, Mary Queen of Scots got her head chopped off. So I think that one said it on the tin. She's adapted into Scots Molier's Tartuffe. And I can't do them all, I can't do them all. You heard it here. You need to use the word allegedly in case this is going worldwide. Liz will be accompanied with songs from Tom Ury, Big Bob of River City. He's there. Francis Thorburn.
Sorry.
He does like the big intro. Francis Thorburn and Ryan Burns. So, from one great poet, the immortal memory for another great poet, Liz Lochhead.
Thank you very much. It's a huge honour to be doing the Immortal Memory. I've never done the Immortal Memory before. I've done more. I've done more replies to the toast to the lasses than Joe Clifford could shake a stick at over the years. But it's a big honour to be doing the Immortal Memory, and I'm determined it's not going to be a big long one. I've sat through some Immortal Memories where people are dissecting the minutiae of a great man's life, and I'm going to kind of give you a lot of the time my personal burns, because how on earth, oops, when you look at my watch first, yes, because how on earth do you take an ideal, an icon, how do you get somebody from off the shortbread tin and make them live and breathe? I would like tonight to present a man of contradictions. I'd like to present a view of one who was externally by circumstance beset. Internally, a deeply conflicted, contradictory, complex character in his struggle to be the poet he could not be. He had to be a poet. In his struggle simply to survive and to be a man of his time, an intellectual and a European, deeply steeped in the vernacular of his own patch and parish. So there's a lot of contradictions, or not contradictions, paradoxes or balances. A republican, and yet an inveterate sucker up to aristocracy. The supporter of the French Revolution, who famously sang Ça ira in the theatre in Dumfries, but who, a decade earlier, had quite willingly almost gone to work on a slave trade plantation in the West Indies. A self-inventing, furiously creative, fantastically prolific, poetic genius who wrote most of the poems chiefly in the Scots dialect. That's the poems that he's famous for. Those ones, he wrote them all before he was 27, in an incredible 18 months of what seems to bear all the hallmarks of a furious and charismatic manic high, because who also in his 30s, a muse-abandoned melancholic who self-medicated our much whiles with the booze and the barmaid, a brave and a selfless and for no financial gain collector and improver and maker of songs when the poems didn't come. And they did stop coming for him in the last 10 years of his life, except for Tam O'Shanter. Tam O'Shanter was dictated to him by the muse, I think, and there's reports of him walking on the other side of the Nith from his family, and Jean Armour sending one of the boys over with soup for him, as they could see him wandering the other side of the river, muttering as he composed this in rhyming couplets. Tam O'Shanter's not in standard Habbie, not in what we think of as a Burns lyric. So he was one who penned the most tender love lyrics, and then, without drawing a breath, the filthiest and the funniest body songs for all the roaring lads of Tarbolton Bachelors Club and the Crochallan Fencibles. And he was a rock star handsome hit of the Edinburgh salons just after his book came out, and a failed farmer on his lonely furrow. He was a true lover and a loser in love, a ranting, roaring Scottish Don Juan, and a meek, socially conforming penitent in church, an irresponsible, sexually promiscuous and serially unfaithful husband, and a loving father who took his parental responsibilities very, very seriously, heartbreakingly seriously, and to almost also managed to love his wife. Maybe he wasn't in love with her all the time, but he always loved his wife. As the poet Don Patterson, a contemporary, well, I know he's younger than me, Don. I'm sorry, he's nothing like a contemporary of mine. But the great poet Don Patterson says, and this is an important point, there is no reason to believe that he inhabited one character with any less sincerity than another, even although one Robert Burns might later comment very wryly on the other one's conduct. So I'd like to contrast two songs together. I thought I'd liven up my my immortal memory by using some of the great, great songs. And I've got, first of all, Ryan. Is Ryan about? Oh, Ryan's there. Hi, Ryan. Ryan Burns, yes. I'm going to invite Ryan Burns to sing a very familiar Burns song, one kind of Burns song. Please sing just for me. Give me a man's a man for all that.
I learned the song on the way to the pub last night. Someone just... Is there for honest poverty that hangs his head and all that? The cowardly we pass him by, we dare be poor for all that, for all that and all that. Our toys obscure for all that. The rank is but the guinea stamp. The man's the guy for all that. What though on homely fare we dine, we're hard and grey and all that. Gie fools their silks and knaves their wine. A man's a man for all that, for all that and all that. Tinsel show and all that, good Lord. The honest man, though earthly poor, is king of men for all that. You see on Burkie, called the Lord, was struts and stairs at all that. Though hundreds worship at his word, he's but a coof for all that, for all that and all that. His ribbon star and all that. The man of independent mind, he looks and laughs at all that. The prince can make a belted knight, a marquis duke and all that. But an honest man, upon his might, good faith he mourn for that, for all that and all that. Their dignities and all that, the pith of sense and pride worth, are higher rank than all that. And you'd forget them once, even though I've got them sitting there. So then let us pray that come it may, as come it will, for all that, that sense and worth o'er all the earth shall bear the grief for all that, for all that and all that. It's coming yet for all that, that man to man the world o'er shall brothers be, for all that, for all that and all that, that's coming yet for all that, that man to man the world o'er shall brothers be, for all that. Thanks, folks.
Oh, wow. So, huge universal sentiments, a plea for democracy and things that any sensible person would agree with. A sloganeering poem, though, in a sense. I mean, a sloganeering song. I thought probably started off life as a poem. I once had to do it in the Parliament as a poem, and it was very interesting because for all that and all that meant something different in some of the sentences, whereas when it's tune, you know, the tune makes it have a similar meaning. Very, very interesting song, but a huge big song, you know, saying big things about what the world should be like. I'd like to contrast that completely with one of my very favourite Burns songs for very personal reasons, and I'm not ashamed to, you know, make my first ever, and I hope it's not my last, Immortal memory full of things that I love myself. My dad used to sing me to sleep. He hoped with this song, Bonnie Wee Thing, and the lovely Tom Urie's going to sing that for me as well. I'm taking it all personally.
Bonnie wee thing, canny wee thing, lovely wee thing, wert thou mine, I would wear thee in my bosom, lest my jewel I should dine. Wistfully I look and languish in that bonny face of thine, and my heart it sounds with anguish, lest my wee thing ne'er be mine. Bonny wee thing, canny wee thing, lovely wee thing, wert thou mine, I would wear thee in my bosom, lost my jewel I should thine. Wit and grace and love and beauty, any constellation shine, to adore thee is my duty, goddess of the soul of mine. Bonny wee thing, canny wee thing, lovely wee thing, wert thou mine, I would wear thee in my bosom, lest my jewel I should tame. I needed a sneeze all the way through that song. It's still, and then it's vanished and I feel robbed. Sorry.
That was beautiful.
Thanks, Liz.
Just beautiful. They couldn't be more different, but they came from the same person. Now, despite every Burns supper I've ever been to being longer than the tattoo, despite Hugh McDermott being absolutely spot on when he said, "Mere nonsense has been uttered in his name than in Oni's barren liberty and Christ." Nevertheless, Robert Burns, you remain my hero. Not just mine. Here tonight is our Rabbi, your Rabbi, Obidi's Rabbi. Impossible, Rab, to think of you merely as a poet. You're more a myth, according to Edwin Muir, the poet, that we Scots shape to our own likeness. A myth endlessly adaptable. He said, to the respectable, very, very few of them here tonight, by the way, but to the respectable, yes, I have had a good look at you. No. But one of those respectable people we might know, to them, to the respectable, he was a decent man. To the Rabelaisian, body. To the sentimentalist, sentimental. To the socialist, a revolutionary. To the nationalist, a patriot. To the religious, pious, and so on. It's true, you see, that he did inhabit all these different personae, and, this is the trick, with such conviction, such a vigorous and distinct range of voices that he took on with such apparent sincerity, and he was a truly complex individual, a character full of contradictions, but never, never hypocritical. He was a man of many parts, was Robert Burns. He could actually almost inhabit two different opinions at the same time. He was so passionate, but not a hypocrite. Quoting Don Patterson again, Burns's truest song. Now, all poets, I'm afraid, we all sing the song of ourselves. And what we all hope for is that if we sing the song of ourselves, that'll make sense to everybody else, because we're not in any way special people. But Burns's truest song is simple, according to Don, my friend. He says, his song is, "Man is complicated." Now, we would like to sing it because, as for the many songs of being human, Burns believed that if you sang one, you should sing them all. Burns was an internationalist, but he was also intensely local. He really loved the Ayrshire landscape and nature of his own place. And I'm going to ask my dear friend Frances Comerford to come up now and sing a beautiful, beautiful landscape poem set in Ayrshire. And it's one of my favourites. In fact, it's one that I tried to sing at the Burns Miners Welfare competition, and I could sing nane ever. So Frances, will you come and sing just for me and for everybody else? Yeah? Yeah. She's going to sing "Ye Banks and Braes o' Bonnie Doon."
Ye banks and braes o' bonnie Doon, how can ye bloom sae fresh and fair? How can ye chant, ye little bird, and I sae weary, full of care? You'll break my heart, you warbling bird who wanders through the flowering thorn. Ye mind me, oh, departed joy, departed, never to return. After I roved by bonnie Doon to see the rose and woodbine twine, and elka bird sang, oh, it's love, and fondly said I, oh, mine with some heart I brewed a rose full sweet upon its thorny tree, and my false lover stole my rose, but he left the thorn with me.
Now, a week on Monday for a week, I happen to know this because I'm one of Frances's friends, she's going to be playing Judy Garland in something at the Oran Moor. It'll be on all week, every day, from Monday to Friday, yeah. And I shouldn't maybe have said that because I'm scared in case I'll not get a ticket now. But I better get a ticket. Now, I've never really wanted to, I would never have been able in my life to become a critic. Because if I see a painting I really like, what I want to say is, not the story of the painter's life and this and that. I want to go, look at that. When I want to talk about a bit of food that I've loved, I want to go, oh, taste that, isn't it brilliant? I want to go, that's a really nice perfume. Is that Tom Ford? So I really, you know, absolutely really wanted to be talking about Burns as a person, but mostly to be letting you hear some of the fabulous things he did, because he went around the countryside. His version of, nowadays, he was a collector of folk songs. He was apparently a fairly indifferent fiddler, but he used his fiddle as a recording machine. Nowadays, he would have been recording people on his phone, you know, and keeping them. But he would learn the tune, and then he would go back to where he was lodging and he would say the words of the song out loud till he got the rhythm and things and the melody, and then he expanded upon quite a lot of wee fragments of songs and turned them into the greatest songs in the world. Now, I don't want you to think I only like his songs. I thought I would like to read the first Burns poem that I ever learned myself. And it's one you know, I don't need to read it really, but I'm just looking at it. I sometimes get the order of two of the verses in the wrong order. So I'll just check that I wouldn't. Yeah, yes. Anyway, it's the one that I learned when I was 10, and that I never got anywhere in the Burns Miners' Welfare competition with. My mother used to say, it's because we're incomers. Anyway, I'm going to read. It's not my favourite Burns poem because I've got too many favourites. I've got a different favourite for every different person that I am. So, but this is To a Mouse. And it's, how could somebody look at a wee mouse and see those wee black eyes and address a great big poem about green issues to a wee mouse and make it, you know, just make such wonderful sense. I mean, the poem is actually called To a Mouse on Turning Her Up in Her Nest with the Plough, November 1785. That day, that very day, wee sleekit coorin timorous beastie, oh, what a panic's in thy breastie. Thou needna start a wassy hasty wi' bicker and brattle. I would be laith to run and chase thee wi' murder and pattle. I'm truly sorry man's dominion has broken nature's social union and justifies that ill opinion which makes thee startle at me, thy poor earthborn companion and fellow mortal. I doubt na whiles but thou maun thieve. What then? Poor beastie, thou maun live. A dame a knicker and a thrave's a small request. I'll get a blessing with the lave and never miss it. Thou wee bit hussy too in ruins. It's silly was the winds are strewing, and naething new to big a new in of foggage green, and bleak December's winds ensuing, baith snell and keen. Thou saw the fields laid bare and wast, and weary winter coming fast, and cosy here beneath the blast thou thought to dwell, till crash the cruel coulter passed out through thy cell. That wee bit heap o' leaves and stibble has cost thee many a weary nibble. Now thou's turned out for all thy trouble, but house nor hold, to thole the winter's sleety dribble, and Cranrach cold. But, Moussie, thou art no thy lane, and proving foresight may be vain. The best laid schemes o' mice and men gang after glee, and lea us nocht but grief and pain for promised joy. Still, thou art blessed compared with me. The present only toucheth thee, but och I backward cast my ee on prospects drear, and forward, though I canna see, I guess and fear. When I was 10, I used to think it was about mice. I would like you to charge your glasses and toast the immortal memory of Robert Burns. To Robert Burns. Thank you. And that should be the clapping point, but I've got a cheeky wee thing to do, because I like to be cheeky. I know I'm going to ask for 2 more songs, and I'm going to go and sit down, because I knew that I couldn't trust myself to hear these next 2 songs and be able to say the immortal memory of Robert Burns. So I'm going to just ask Francis and Tom to sing 2 wonderful poems, wonderful songs, and I don't need to tell you what they are. And I'm going to sit there and listen. And sometimes I can hear them without tears streaming down my face. Sometimes I can't. Thanks.
My love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. My heart is like a melody that's sweetly played in tune. As fiddle down my bonny lass, so deep in love. The seas gone dry, my dear, and the rocks melt with the sun, and I will love thee still, my dear, while the sands of life shall run. So fare thee well, my only love, fare thee well a while. And I will come again, my love, though it were 10,000 miles. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears I'll pledge thee. Warm sighs and groans I'll wed thee. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him in a cheerful twinkle lights me? Dark despair around benights me. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nothing could resist my Nancy, for to see her was to love her. Love but her and love for we will never be broken hearted. Fare thee well, my first and fairest. Fare thee well, my best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love, and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell last forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears I'll pledge thee. War and sighs and groans I'll wait thee.
Tom Ury, Mr. Tom, keyboard. And I'm Frances Thorburn. Nice to see you, Frances. Thank you. Thank you.
I think any words are superfluous. Thank you. Our next speaker needs no introduction. She is the most dangerous woman in Britain. She is also the First Minister of Scotland now and in the future. But I think we know her as our Nicola.
Right, if I had known that I was going to speak from a dance floor this evening, right, I would have taken Joe's advice and decided that high heels weren't necessary. So if I go skating along this dance floor, at any point, please, somebody, Hamish, catch me. Be like that scene out of Dirty Dancing. Do you want to try it? Right, you've got to stand up and I run and you catch me. Anne, has Hamish ever seen Dirty Dancing? He has, okay. Anyway, my shoes actually have become a bit of a thing. I was at a St Andrew's night event, an SNP fundraiser, in November last year, and a pair of my shoes were put up for auction. And somebody who obviously has more money than sense, paid the grand sum of £4,500 for a pair of my shoes. And actually the organised, what was that, Liz? About 50. So the organisers were so kind of taken aback by this that they actually tried, I had these shoes on that night, they actually tried to persuade me to take them off and sell them as well before I went home. I said no, but if anybody here tonight wants to part with a 4-figure sum for my shoes, I will go home in my stocking soles. Okay? Size 5. Your husband's there, I'm sure, but your shoes are much nicer. Actually, there's another burnt supper happening in Dunoon tonight, where another pair of my shoes are up for auction. So I'm just waiting for a text to find out how much they've raised. The shoes that are up for auction tonight are actually quite famous shoes, because they're the shoes I wore in the second of the 2 general election leaders debate. You remember the one where me and Leanne and Natalie had a hug and kept Ed Miliband standing to one side? Well, that's the shoes. So I hope somebody pays a lot of money for these shoes, because it broke my heart to part with them, I can tell you. Anyway, look, I've got the most difficult gig of the evening. I've got to follow tonight all of these absolutely amazing entertainers, and you know, we have been blessed tonight with the entertainment we've had, from Dave Anderson doing the toast to the haggis, then Josephine Sillars, that amazing voice. You know, the first time I ever set foot in this hotel, you were probably here, Ricky, as were you, Marie. I was 18 years old, and I was here at a public meeting to hear Jim Sillars speak. And here I am, almost 30 years later, listening to the beautiful voice of his granddaughter sing Burns to us. So lovely bit of symmetry there. And then we had I can't actually find words to describe Ian Robertson's rendition of Tam o' Shanter. Unbelievable. That's the second year in a row I've heard Ian do that, and it is phenomenal. Without a shadow of a doubt, Ian, that is the best Tam o' Shanter I have ever heard, and it's the best Tam o' Shanter I ever will hear. And then, of course, the toast to the lassies by the wonderful Colin McCready. He said he was embarrassed being rude in front of me. I have to say, sitting there, looking at you up there, you didn't look embarrassed. But when I heard Colin tell us that Robert Burns said in some of his work that women wanted 9 inches. 9 inches will please a lady. It reminded me of one of the great facts of life. Not that one. You know, as Joe said, women are generally superior to men in every way, bar one. And I've got to concede this. Women, when it comes to driving and parking cars, we're not as good at that as men. No, we're not. We're not. But there is a reason for it, ladies. And the reason is we have no sense of distance, because we have spent our entire adult lives being reliably informed that is 6 inches. And so that's why we can't park a car. Anyway, Colin, thank you very much. And Joe, what can I say about your reply on behalf of the lassies? As a lassie, I am very proud that you were replying on behalf of us this evening. Joe said that in order to find out when the first woman spoke at a Burns supper, she had to trawl the history of Burns suppers. I think we should make sure that Joe's speech here tonight gets added to the history of Burns suppers. And I'm not only proud as a woman to have listened to that reply on behalf of the lassies tonight, but I'm really proud that the first ever in the world, I don't know if it is, but we're going to claim it, transgender reply on behalf of the lassies took place here at an SNP Burns supper in the south side of Glasgow. And then, if that all wasn't fantastic enough, to have the immortal memory delivered by our national macker, the wonderful, wonderful Liz Lochhead. That was absolutely stunning, Liz. And to be accompanied by the outstanding voices. I mean, one outstanding voice would have been amazing, but to have Tom, Ryan and Francis sing was incredible, and those were some of the most beautiful renditions of Burns songs that I have ever heard. So basically, in short, after all of that, the last thing you want to do is listen to me. So I'm just going to sit down now. Because I've got the kind of boring bit this evening. I know you're having a really good time and you're kind of comfortable and you've probably had a few drinks and you're enjoying yourself and you're sitting back. It's my job to tell you that over the next few weeks, I want you to get off your backsides and get out there and make sure the SNP win the election. You know, I've been sitting up there tonight next to the wonderful Hamish McPherson, who has been an outstanding MC for the evening. He's not as old as he looks. But I've been sitting up there and I've been looking out and kind of marvelling to myself. I've been feeling a wee bit reflective recently because this year, I'm going to shock you guys, this year marks 30 years since I joined the SNP. Now, I know what you're all thinking. That's no bad for somebody who's still only 25. But that's just one of life's little mysteries. But some of my... Who's shouting me too? You're no 25. But it's 30 years since I joined the SNP, and if I cast my mind back 30 years, you know, we could have fitted an event like this into a telephone box, not to put too fine a point on it. And I often find myself thinking, you know, what was it that we did as a party that took us from where we were 30 years ago, 40, 50, 60 years ago, to where we are today? You know, I remember the first SNP meeting I went to, and Marie and Ricky were there, and it was in the days when the Herald used to publish what was then called the System 3 opinion poll, and it was published every month without fail. And we had great jubilation at that meeting that night, because for the first time in yonks, we'd gone into double figures in the opinion polls. I think from memory we were at 12%, and we were cock-a-hoop. How did we go from there to where we are today? Well, there's lots of things that got us from there to here. But there's two things in particular. And the two things that got us from there to here are the same two things that are going to get us from here to where we want to be, which is winning independence for our country. And let me tell you what those two things were. Firstly, sheer bloody hard work, determination and perseverance. You know, before I got elected as the constituency MSP for this part of Glasgow, I lost countless elections. In fact, I don't like to count them up because it's too depressing. And every single defeat, because we put our heart and souls into these elections, and there were people long before me losing the elections. I spoke to this gentleman here who stood as councillor for Ibrox in what year, sir? 79. Tilled the soil for me, and thank you for it. But we lost and we lost and we lost, and it was heartbreaking, it was devastating. But you know what? If somebody gave me the option right now to turn the clock back 20 years and not suffer any of these defeats, I wouldn't take them up on it. Because every one of these defeats taught us something and made us more determined and made us get out there and work harder and understand what we had to do to win. It was those defeats that made us the success we are today. So hard work, perseverance, determination was the first thing. The second thing was, and is today, that we have a vision. We know what it is we're doing this for. You know, I often think that the reason Labour are in the pretty dire state that they are in today, stop crying, please. The reason they're in the pretty dire state is partly because they started to take people for granted. They took people for granted for a long, long, long time. But secondly, I think it was because, and I'm pretty sure that for the last goodness knows how many years, if you were to ask somebody in the Labour Party, what is it you're doing this for? What is it that drives you? What is it you believe in? They would have struggled to tell you, and you probably wouldn't have get the same answer from any two of them. We're different. We stand for something. We believe in something. We're passionate about something. We want Scotland to be independent, and we want always to do the best for this country. That's what unites us, it's what drives us, it's what motivates us. So that hard work and drive, and that belief in an ideal, in a principle, those are the two things that got us from there, where we were 30 years ago, to where we are today as the Government of Scotland within a hair's breadth of taking this country to independence. And it's those two things that will take us the next stage of the journey as well. Hard work being the first one. You know, the polls all say we've got the election sewn up. Don't believe the polls. Don't take anything for granted. No election is ever in the bag until the votes are cast. One of the sayings of Robert Burns, I'll get this wrong, but he said something like there's no such uncertainty as a sure thing. And given that it's Burns season, that's a good line to cite. We can't take anything for granted, and we shouldn't take anything for granted. We need to get out there and we need to persuade people, we need to listen to people, we need to work as hard as we did all these years ago when nobody gave us a chance in any election. And secondly, we've got to keep doing what it is we believe in. Being a good government. Do you know what? Whatever the papers say, whatever the opposition say, I'm damn proud of the SNP's record in government over these past few years. We've made this country a better place. Our health service is better, our education system is better, and you know what? More than any of that, this is a prouder, more confident country because we trusted the country to decide its own future. But we've got to keep doing that. If we win, as we are determined to do, a third term in government, then we've got to keep taking the country forward. We've got to keep making sure that we equip this country for the challenges that lie ahead, make our health service even better, make sure that our education system is there for every young person, no matter their background. And we've got to keep standing up for this country against what Westminster is doing day in and day out. It is wrong that Westminster still holds so much power over decisions that shape our life. Do you know, just before Christmas, I sat in my office. I'm the First Minister of Scotland. It was the day of the budget, the autumn statement. I'm the First Minister of Scotland, and I had to sit in my office and watch on television a politician 600 miles away tell me how much money my government was going to have to spend on the things we hold dear. That is not the best way to govern a country. We should be in charge of those decisions. And of course, that day, as he has in every budget since he's been Chancellor, he cut Scotland's budget. And he did it at a time when him and his government over the next few months, possibly even the next few weeks, are going to try to get the House of Commons to vote to renew the Trident nuclear system on the Clyde. Well, I say, we say, not in our name. And I say, I'll say this to Labour as well. You better get your act together because that decision on Trident is coming soon and you have to decide what side you are on because people will not forgive you if you sit on the fence the way you are doing far too often right now. So that's what we've got to do. We've got to be that good government we've been. We've got to keep standing up for Scotland and yes, we've got to keep arguing the case for Scotland to be independent. You know, every single media interview I do right now, I get asked many questions, but I get asked two questions in particular. Do you think there's going to be another referendum? And secondly, when is there going to be another referendum? Well, in answer to the first question, do I think there's going to be another referendum? Yes, I do. And I think when there is, Scotland will vote yes next time round. In answer to the second question, when's it going to be? I don't know yet. Because you know what? Before we talk about when it is. We've got to make sure we get out there and persuade people that whenever it is, they are going to vote yes. So that's what we've got to do over these next few years. Keep this country moving forward. Keep providing the good government that we've provided. Keep being a voice against the austerity and the obsession with nuclear weapons from Westminster, and keep arguing that case for our country to be independent, or as I prefer to call it, normal like any other country in the world. So let's get out there and do it. We've had a great night tonight. Thank you for all the money you've raised to help my campaign. I'm deeply grateful, and remember, the offer for the shoe still stands, but we can haggle later on. But thank you for being here. Please get out with us on the campaign trail to make sure we win that historic third term in government and we keep this country firmly on the right track. Thank you all very much. Ladies and gentlemen. Right, can I have some attention, please? Shh. Mrs. McAdam, sit down. We have in the room this evening 2 people who are celebrating birthdays. We have Ali, where's Ali? I'm told you're 40? 50? I was just being polite. And as well as Ali celebrating her 50th birthday, we have a very old friend of mine, Mrs. Margaret McAdam, who is 80 today. So let's sing happy birthday to Ali and Mags.
hello, hello.
Right, everybody, we're going to draw the raffle. Okay, let's have a bit of hush. Wheesht, as Libby says. Right, we have torn ticket, pink number. Right, I should tell you before I announce it, you have to go out there to get your raffle prize, okay? Pink 356. Pink 356. Apparently we've got two sets of white tickets. So it's white 21, but it's serial number 351464. Okay? Sorry. And another white 296, serial number 151463. Have you... Right. Green 226. 226 green. 4, 12. Pink 16. Pink 16. Oops. You go straight down there. Yellow 121. Yellow 121. I'll take this one. Pink 21. Pink 21. Is that green? Yes. Green number 1. Green number 1. Yellow 26. Yellow 26. That's just one, although it's two tickets. Pink number 1. Pink number 1. Oh, you're dropping the tickets all over the place. Green 76. Green 76. Green 376. Many now.
That's it.
Okay, that completes the raffle.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a massive round of applause for the First Minister of Scotland, who has to leave us now, because unlike all you lot, she's got to go to her work in the morning. The country doesn't run itself. So big round of applause for Nicola. Thanks very much. I'm now going to hand you over to the gorgeous Libby MacArthur, who's going to take you away in the auction. And hold on here. Hamish, give us that extra microphone there, will you? Here we go. Bill and Ben Productions. So here's Libby MacArthur, who's going to start you off in the auction. And the first thing we have is a cartoon signed by the artist G. Cairns. And we have a reserve on it of £300, so do we see anything higher than 300?
So for those who can't afford Nicola's shoes, we've got a photo of them, a picture of them. Nicola, this is my bit and you're away. No, you can, let's go, okay, you get more important things to do. Oh, right, okay, right, so I don't lose anybody in the room, I need some honours. So Christopher in that corner, Anne in that corner. Anne-Marie and Lynn in that corner. Tom in that corner. In case I miss anybody with their horn up, because I've drank far too much red wine.
She's doing a Philip Schofield
Can I just
in
say,
advance.
I thought
She's fucking steaming.
I thought you cheapskates would have already bid in the silent auction. I wouldn't have to do this bit.
So you've got 320 over there, Libby.
Right, so who's
You've
the
got
guy?
320 here with
Wait,
Avril.
I love this.
Are we seeing higher than 320?
320. We've got... Now, Ian, who is it? No, I know it's Nicola Sturgeon, but who's done it?
G. Cairns.
G. Cairns. So G. Cairns has done Nicola's beautiful legs and lovely shoes. 320 here. So we've got 320. Have we got 350 in the room? 350 in the room. Anyone? 350? 350? 350? Are we? Wait. Oh,
350
yay!
over here, yes.
Thank you very much, sir. 350 over there with the... What we've got the rigidly righteous.
She is 100% sober, ladies and gentlemen.
350, have we any advance? So can we make it 360? 360? Anyone 360 want to take it home? Come on, tonight has been incredible. I mean, it's going to go down in history with Joe and that immortal memory for Liz and Nicola being here. 360, anybody in the room? 360, 360, 360. Going.
Oh, 360
Woo!
over here.
360. Well done, son in the waistcoat. 360 over here with my biggest fan who's wearing a shirt, no, a tie that suits my tablecloth. 360, okay, no offence, but do we have 380? Do we have 380? Is there anyone going to give us 380 in the room? 380, you'll never see another like it. 380, yo, over here. No, oh, don't put your horn up. Yeah, I'm tempted to just stick to it. Okay, I'm away back over here again. 360 with the man in the waistcoat. Do we have 380? Do we have 380 in the room? I hope you're looking out, Chris. Anne, are you looking out? You're looking out. Lynn, yes. Tom, yes. No. Okay, 360. 360. Oh! You guys get your hands together, waving to people. Okay, 360 over here. 360, going.
Excellent.
Go to the man in the waistcoat. Woo, woo, woo! A bargain at half the price.
There's your painting, will be over for your money
Okay,
later.
I have no idea what's next, but
100%
with Ian
sober,
being
ladies and
the
gentlemen.
Carol Smiley of the night.
Or is it 100% proof?
Ian's doing his Carol Smiley here. What's next, Ian?
We have a lovely cartoon by Neil Slorence, who's been sitting
Neil Slorence?
live painting the evening.
Now, I'm just going to go to Neil. I'm going to take the microphone over to Neil. So, Neil, you have... Who have we got? Is it Nicola or is it Liz? It's Nicola.
That's
it's
Nicola.
Signed by the First Minister. So, pimp that picture now.
Okay, let's do it.
Please go.
So, I've been over here, I've been drawing all day, I don't know if anyone saw. And this is an original that I just made about 20 minutes ago. And it's been signed by the First Minister. And basically what I've been trying to do is make little mementos of the night, so you have something to take away and you remember it from the night, and it's a little sentimental thing. And it's original, it's been beautifully framed already, and it's been signed as well.
So basically, Neil, people can go home tonight and hang this on their wall. They can hang it on their wall tonight and they can say, I was there on that momentous occasion.
You can hang on a picture that you can hang on your wall.
So what's the reserve, Ian, Carol, Ian?
Who's going to start the bidding? At £100.
100 quid. Come on, 100 quid. Have we got anybody? Have we got my eyes in the room? 100 quid. Come on.
I noticed the MPs are particularly quiet.
Alison!
The MPs. Alison Peebles. Alison Peebles is an MP.
Have we got 120 over here.
120
yes.
from Alison Dewlis, MP.
Well done.
Spending that wage rise.
So, 140, we're looking for 140. Is there 140 in the room?
Rise.
140 in the room.
140 in the room.
140 in the room. Is there 140 in the room? Is there? No? Yes? Where?
Don't do that.
Are you just...
Okay.
Oh, Joanne. You're getting sent home anytime now. Right, we're still over
It's
here at
fun any minute.
120, 120, 120. Have we got 140 in the room? Have we? Have we? Okay, guys, get those guys that are at the bar in the room. Going.
And Alison Thewlis has it, 120
120.
smacker.
Woo, 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 woo.
Excellent.
Hang that on your wall the night before you get into your gym jams. Right, so Carol Smiley, aka Ian Robertson, will bring up the next thing because I have no idea what it is.
It's a bottle of blended whiskey.
Oh, it's signed by Nicola.
From the Scottish Parliament.
Okay.
Blended Scotch whiskey.
And we start the bidding at Ian.
Oh, we already have a bidding on this.
We have a silent bidding on this, but we want more
at the
money.
moment, Cara Brown is winning at £100, so we got more than 100 in the room.
120. Who's going to give us 120? 120 in the room?
120 over here.
Yo, well done, Mrs. Woman.
We got 140.
140. 140. Is there 140 in the room? Yes, thank you,
140.
sir. The man with the Raffle tickets. 160. Is there 160 in the room? For that
Signed
bottle
by
of whiskey?
Nicola Sturgeon.
Signed by Nicola on this momentous occasion of this evening's burn supper. Have we? Have we got it? Have we got it in the room? Yes, 160 in the room. Thank you. Okay, last bit for this 180. Who's going to snatch it from 160 to 180? Have we got? Yeah, we've got 180 in the room.
Are we going to 200?
200 quid. 200 quid for this bottle of whiskey. Signed on this occasion for tonight. We got the 200? No, we're here at 180. 180, 180 going. 180.
200.
Oh,
200.
Woo! 220. 220.
220.
220. Woo!
Excellent.
220 right over there with the man with the lovely grey locks. So 220 in the room. Have we got 240 here? Is there a 240? Have your eyes out, Christopher? Anne, you looking? Are you looking? Have we got 240? Have we got 240? Ian's heading that way. 220, going. I think the man's already drinking it. Thank you very much. Woo, woo, woo! Okay, Carol Smiley, what's next?
We have a lovely watercolour.
Liz, this is a lovely photo of you. Do you know what? To yourself, hen. Sorry. It's a
Liz
lovely
Lockhead.
portrait. Okay.
Aileen McGibbon here. You can go and get to
Aileen,
pimp it.
beautiful. Right, so Aileen, let's hear about this, because can I just say, it's not only a great likeness, it's fair and bonny, and it means you're an awfully gifted artist. So tell me about this.
It's a painting.
It's a painting.
Of Liz.
It's a painting, not a photo. That's twice I've been corrected. It's a painting, not a photo.
100% sober, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I just say, what's our reserve, Ian?
Our reserve at the moment is £95 with Jill
Oh,
McKay.
to hell with that.
£95.
120. Have we got 120 in the room? 120,
For Liz
120.
Liz Lockhead,
It's
he's at to buy her
beautiful.
dinner.
120 in the room. Have we got it? Come on, guys. Come on, the reserve's 95.
Come on.
120 in the room. Oh, it's lovely.
Come on, Anne, you get a nice big. You get an unwanted page
Okay,
as
okay,
well.
let's
Come on.
make it easier for you.
Let me see your arm in the air.
Our marker for 100 quid. 100 quid.
100 quid.
100 quid in the room, our marker.
Anyone? £100?
Yo! Woo, woo, woo!
£100.
Anybody else? Okay, so 120. Is there 120? Is there 120?
I don't think so.
Is there? 120, 120, 120. No. Going. Yeah! Well done, sir. A man of great taste. Okay, 120 over here. Anybody else going to give us 140? Is there going to be somebody going to give us 140?
Oh,
Yeah,
140 over
big
here.
competition. 140 in the corner. 140 going. 160. Who's going to steal it? 160. Who's going to steal it? 160. Anybody? 140 going and gone. 140.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Wonderful thing. It's yours.
Libby's so sober, she's added up everything we've made in her head. already. She's done the mental. So
Yeah.
while we're on the subject of Liz Lockhead.
We've earned fucking honours.
Fucking honours.
Right, what is the next
The
thing?
last thing here before we go on to the main event is Neil Slorence's cartoon of Liz Lockhead.
Have you seen this? Oh, it's awfully cute.
Isn't it lovely? Isn't it nice?
Oh, it's lovely. Oh, listen, if
We're
I
gonna
could
be
send
brilliant
this to my
present this
brother in
morning
China
together.
right now, I would. He's a big fan. I love this, right? What's the reserve?
£100.
£100. Have you seen it? I always want to pass it round. It's so lovely. It's of Liz. Neil Swanens did it tonight. Tonight, the night that we were all witnessed.
Signed by
Joe
Liz
doing the
Lockhead.
reply and Liz doing the best Immortal memory I have ever heard, where she sorted it for me, the paradox, sorted, the mouse, sorted. I will never fight with my girlfriends again about burns. I know what to say.
£100. Can we see £100 in the room?
120.
100 in the room. Anyone going to give us
I
£100?
thought we had 100, Carol.
No, we don't. My name's Ian, by the way.
I know.
Libby. Pleased to meet you. Ian
I
Robertson.
was trying to be funny.
We haven't. This has just been finished, so we're looking to start the bidding at £100.
100 quid. 100 quid for Liz.
We'll look
100
to
quid. 100 quid. 100 quid.
I knew Anne McLaughlin was going to buy something.
Okay.
And sold to Anne McLaughlin for £100.
Oh.
There you go.
And
Get
that was
up
me,
in
just
your
about to
office
give
in Parliament.
120.
Right up in the office wall, that'll go.
Right,
Tell
so-
ladies that we've got a Ceilidh to get here. Some of us want to go up
Right,
the road.
this is basically, this is kind of iconic now, isn't it, Jerry? It's iconic, the wee lassie with the flag. So, Ian, what is the reserve?
We have a reserve of £300 for
Okay.
this print by Gerard Burns, signed.
Okay, guys, pay attention. This is signed. It's that wee lassie with our flag. It's reserved at 3. Is there anybody going to give us 350?
Signed on the back by Nicola Sturgeon.
Thank
also,
you. We've got
£350.
350. Is there going to be 370 in the room? 370?
370.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'm going to leap. Is there 400? Is there 400 in the room? 400 room.
Signed on the back by Nicola
Yo,
Sturgeon.
knew it was worth that. Well done. £400 in the room. Are we going to bid against that at 430? 430, anybody? Yes? No, are you not 400?
You bidding against yourself, aye?
No, sorry, I'm shite at this. Right, so we've now got 430.
£430.
430. So 430. Sorry, 400 was good because I leapt there, but 430. So have we got 450? Yeah, we've got 450. 450. We get an advance on 450. Is there 460?
Signed by Nicola Sturgeon and the artist Gerard Burns.
460, yay! 460, a wee bit of a competition going on here. Okay, so 470. 470, an advance on 470 would be 480, for example. 480. Are you just going to, oh, you're putting your jacket on, sorry. Are you just going to secure it? 480. Who's going to just go, fuck it, £500? £500. Come on, it's so worth it. £500 in the room to make that painting go home with you tonight. £500. Anybody?
£500.
Come on, it's a
Make
round
sure the
in the
First Minister
pub.
doesn't starve.
It's a round in the pub. £500. Who's going to do it?
Right, what was the last actual bid we had? Can anybody remember?
It was this man over
480,
here.
was it? 470, 480? 480, brilliant.
470.
480.
480.
490. 500.
Yeah,
510.
so we got there.
510, okay. £500.
£500. £500 going to the man whose tie matches my napkin. £500. Big round of applause for the last time. £500. Woo, 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 woo.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
A big round of applause for Libby MacArthur. 100% sober. And a brilliant night. I'm now going to hand you over to Hamish McPherson for the final thanks before you can get on with your Ceilidh.
Right, this is quick because I was going to do a thank you to all the artistes. However, Nicola did it. She did it brilliantly, so I can't repeat it. So just a big thank you to every single one of them. Thank you very much, all the people. And we're now going to have Ceilidh, so we don't need to clear the dance floor. It is cleared, and Mick McNeil will be playing for us. Hi, could I have your attention, please? Could the person who bought the cartoon of Nicola legs and shoes all combined put their hand up, because we don't know who's bought it? Who? Oh, okay, thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Ceilidh part of the evening. Would you please take your partners for a gay Gordons? We're going to start with a gay Gordons. If you don't know any of the dances, we can talk this through for you. Take your partners for a gay Gordons. the Gay Gordons. Next dance will be another couples dance. It's a dance called the Canadian Barn Dance. Take your partner for the Canadian Barn Dance. If you don't know any of the dances, we will talk them through. This is a heel toe, forward 2-3 kick. Take you back to your days in the big gym at school. The Canadian Barn Dance. Forward 2-3 kick, back 2-3 kick, side 2-3 clap, in 2-3 gents left for 2, gents right for 2, and round you go. Nice and easy. Forward 2-3 kick, back 2-3, side 2-3 clap. Forward 2-3 kick, back 2-3. Hold hands as if you're walking down the street. Right, here we go. We'll stop you. That's it. Split up. Right, we're needing some instructions. Get your partner onto the floor. It's a round the room dance. Hold hands as if you're walking down the street. Just hold hands. You're going to walk forward for a count of 3 and kick your foot forward. Forward 2-3 kick. Back 2-3 hop. Split up from your partner and then clap. Meet your partner in the middle. Gents left for 2. Gents right for 2. And then bounce round. Bouncy, 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 bounce. That's it, the Canadian Barn Dance. Here we go. Ready? And forward 2-3 kick, back 2-3 side. Clap, in 2-3, gents left for 2, right for 2. Round you go. Repeat the whole process. You've done this before. Forward 2-3, kick back 2-3 to the side. Clap, in 2-3, gents left for 2, right for 2, and round you go.